Welcome back. We are live again, finally, after about a week. I was sick, but I am now better. Let's take a look and see where my game is in the progress. Let's actually just load the game. Okay. Things are pretty vibey. Maybe a bit too vibey. I'm almost wondering, this is a lot of fog, but I mean, it looks cool. I like it, especially with the lighting. I was able to fix an issue where the water and the smoke and fire particles were kind of had the wrong rendering issue, or rendering like sometimes the water would render in front of the smoke and the fire, but it was just a rendering order issue. That's what it was. Anyway, it's feeling good, but the main thing is I need to figure out what exactly I'm working on next. Am I going to continue building systems? Am I going to build more art? More, or these building components? Because the building components are pretty important. We do want them to look nice. Oh, let me get my links fully posted here. It is good to be back. Not sure how long I'm going to stream because I have an early morning tomorrow. But it's only 8 right now, so we'll see. But yeah, I've got, I'm pretty happy with the look. I am kind of wondering if I do need to give this a day-night cycle. But if I do something like, so current time 10. Hey, lunch, what's up, man? So if I do like current time 10, then it throws things off because it's so foggy. So if I do a day-night cycle, what I need to do is make sure that the fog goes away. 19.4. Let's do this. We're gonna do game time enabled. Process, we're going to do sky 3D dot. Okay, we've got all of these things. Is there just a fog? Okay, that's fog enabled. Volumetric. Let's take a look here and see. Environment dot volumetric fog density. Okay. Let's see here. I can do, what do we have? Volumetric fog density 0.4 or 0.04. So we can do like if sky 3D dot time, game time is less than or greater than or equal to, let's do like 9 for now. And sky 3D dot game time is less than or equal to. So this is greater than 9. Let's actually do. Yeah, let's do greater than, and let's just do it at like 6 here or something. And less than or equal to. We'll do 6 to 6, I guess. So 18. And I believe that's a float, so we'll do 0.0. equals 0.01, else, and this is just going to be a hard cut for now, but we can actually tween it. String and float. Game time. Game time is a string? Oh. I think we gotta do current time? Yeah. Ah, I see. That's formatted like that. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do game time enabled. Minutes per day, 1. Okay. This should be a hard drop at like 6. So we're at 19. It's foggy. It's getting dark. Whoa. Very dark. Okay, it's getting light. Supposedly. Yeah, okay. Still foggy, and then boom, fog is gone. Now it's daytime, nice. We still seem to have some kind of like fogginess. I don't know what that is, some sort of haziness. Maybe it's just the clouds. I think it is. Weather, visibility. We're gonna take away the clouds and try this out. Okay. Clouds are gone. Why is that so white? Like, just... I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just, I don't know. Let's do 0.3 for the fog. .005 maybe during the day. Okay, I think 0.03 is pretty good for the fog. And actually, let's load game. Okay. So now we can see what it looks like when it's like dark. Wow, that is very dark. There doesn't seem to really be any ambient light from the sky. Now there's a lot of reflected light from the ground. Kind of feel like some of this has to be this enabled. Yeah, I don't think we need that. We will see, I guess. Man, it gets dark. Ambient light, we have Sky contribution, energy. Okay, I don't really know. Lighting, maybe here. Ambient energy, we can do like night ambient boost, okay? We could do 1 for that. Night sky. Okay. So it's great until the moon goes down. Then we're all in shadow and it's like zero lighting. Sun energy, moon energy, night ambient boost, night sky contribution, okay. I don't know. Oh, we got an ad going. Bro, I'm going to take that off. See what that does. The ambient light, I can't really adjust. This is so insanely dark. And then this looks like just kind of bad because it has so much brightness plus all these clouds and then no fog. And the shadows look wonky. Okay, we're not doing a sky night or a day night cycle. I'm fine with that. I mean, this is, it wasn't supposed to have one anyway, so it's like, it is fine. So how does it look with just 0.03 fog? Okay, still pretty good. If I load the game up, okay. Does look good. I can also, you know, okay, I just realized that doesn't really make any sense because there's no light in there. Why is it like that? Okay. Let's take a look at our, not torch, our light post. Okay, our light for some reason is up above. We can do that. We can also drop a CSG box in here. We're gonna make it 0.1, 0.3, 0.1. Let's make it 0.2 tall, I guess. Go like that. This thing is going to have a material quick load of yellow light. Okay, much better. Yeah. I meant to save that. Okay. You can interact with it. It doesn't do anything. You can pick it up, though. Okay. Save game. Okay. Okay. What am I actually planning? See, it's been a week and now I'm lost. Okay, we have this. Wow, this does look nice though, having like truly dark regions. In places where you haven't lit anything up, then it gets like dark. Where's my hammer? Stone hammer. Is it in here? Left click action? Yeah, item left click action. So we can go to our torch, and for now we will do click action. Stone hammer has tool sound. We're just going to copy this. Where'd my torch go? There it is. Okay. Equipable. Where's equipable? Oh, it just has, we have anim right there. Or we don't need anim, we just have audio. Because anim would be if there's some other animation assigned to this item for itself. Okay, let's try this again. Nice. The only thing is the flames get like kind of annoying. I wonder if there's a way I can make it so these can't leave a certain... Is there a way I can make it so they can't leave a certain area? Collision, no. Time. Yeah, I'll have to figure this out. Let's see. How to make particles disappear if they get far from the emitter. Godot. I mean, one thing I can do is just like go to the heat. We have lifetime 40. Let's do like 0.2, maybe even 0.1. I know this isn't perfect, but it might do something. Just looks so like wonky. Maybe what I need is a particle attractor. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's do on our heat like 0.6. All the sparks and stuff are... Yeah, man. If I do it like that, then it's not enough. I just don't want it to have this giant trail of fire. But I guess if I do the heat back down to 0.3... Honestly, I don't even think that really works. Yeah. doesn't really work either. Okay, that's not as bad. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, BRB. Coffee time, even though it shouldn't be. There's absolutely no good reason for me to drink coffee. Other than the fact that I'm tired, but it's also 8:30 and I need to wake up at like 5 tomorrow. So it's just one of those mysteries we will never be able to solve. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. I have to drink the coffee because I started it already. Okay. What am I doing? What is my job? What is my task? We have a lot of stuff. Creatures would be good, I think. Fun to work on. We could grab the rock golem. Grass bros, fox birds, lightheads. Lightheads would be fun. This is one of those things where we're going to need to figure out exactly how we're doing our creatures, like how we're structuring them, how much is going to be, kind of modular. We could also kind of try to, like modularize our save system, but that's just not quite needed yet. Creatures pathfinding and rebaking if the player builds somewhere. Yeah, that's going to be something we have to figure out. Procedural maps, not working on that. Better terrain, that's part of that. Already sort of have saving and loading done. Lighting, create extended custom lights like no shadow. That is a good idea. Okay. Quarter wall and L-shaped staircase. Don't really feel like doing that. Rock golem is what I kind of feel like doing. Or grass bros. Okay, let's look at do we have our creatures yet in here? No. Creatures. Sick. Okay, let's go ahead and copy our... We're going to copy over our blend file from our rock golem. Where did I put this? In here. Okay. Copy. Okay, we're gonna grab both the rock golem and the grass creature because I know I'm gonna want them both. So. Okay, done. Let's let these import. Okay. We have that. Now we go to our scenes. Equipables, forest, miscellaneous, playables, blah, blah, placeables, yada, yada, yada. Create a new folder. This is going to be Rock Golem. Instantiate. Sick. Editable children. Nice. Why do I have that? Why do I have no materials? Okay, we will figure this out. Maybe it's the import? I don't know. Okay, we're going back to this one. I mean, there are materials they're just missing, so I guess in Godot, we could just add them in. It's a little weird, but let me grab my coffee cup. Oh, you know what? We also didn't have We didn't put like the moss and stuff on him in Blender. We did it in Godot in the other project. So that's fine. Okay. We're going to go here. We're going to do use external. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go here, surface material override. New standard material. Albedo. Do something like this. I'm going to do save as. And this is going to be rock, golem, gray. Save that. Okay. For the head. New material. We're going to do a new one. Save as rock, golem, blue, gray. Our standard gray one, let's do our darker one. Do it like that, okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then we go to our blend file. Materials, 1, 2, we have 5 of them. So I'm going to do use external materials, creature, re-import. What happens? Okay. Why does this do nothing? Let's go ahead and reload it. Alright, it's just not working, I guess. Fist. Save. Head. Save. Leg. Save. Torso. Save. Upper arm. Upper arm. Save. There we go. Now we have them. There we go. Let's see how it looks. Okay, the materials themselves are not that good, so we will just change those. Okay, that's not too bad. And then I just ruined it. Okay. Are these guys giant? Yes, they are. Because that's how big our player is. Honestly, don't mind that much. Randomized transforms. I guess let's look at our tree scenes. Ah, that's why. Some of them are floating because of that randomization. So I think our tree 2, yeah, it's also like that one huge tree. Okay. So let's go to forest. Proton scatter. Randomized transforms. Let's do 0 on that. That did just redo our terrain, but that's fine. Now they should all be underground. Ground with stream. So now I'm trying to think of our pathfinding for these guys. I do not know, and I do not care at this point. We will figure that out. Okay, we have our rock golem, we have our animation player, we've got... Okay. So we'll need some sort of state for these guys. He's here. I'm going to go ahead and drag him into the forest. Oh my goodness, they are big. Load this up so that we have some lighting. Oh my goodness. Okay, I like having them this big. Because then them being a cave is actually like a real thing. They become a giant cave. Okay, right now you do just kind of fall through them. I am wondering, maybe one thing we can do is what's our collision layers? We've got terrain and structure. Okay, so this needs to run into terrain and structure. Placeables, collision. Layer 4, items and interactables. Terrain layer. Terrain layer, I'm not really sure what we're doing there, but rename creature collision. So, for all of these, we need physics. They need to be on 3. They need to not run into anything. Okay, it has these static collision bodies. Player now needs to run into layer 3. Oh, of course, the one thing I want to do now is make it so you can ride on top of these guys, but it's just, I know how annoying that's going to be. I mean, I could make it so sometime down the line where you can tame them and then maybe you can like get in a chair on top of them and walk around, but there will be no base building on them. It's just far too much work. Plus, if we're gonna do that, we might as well do the walking mountain instead. Okay. Rock Golem. We have a nav target. Physics process. Okay. We need a... Nope, that's not what we want. That. And actually, where you should just do an export var animation player. Idle, burrow, or cave, idle, walk, caving, uncaving, something like that. Okay, and then we can do a quick match here. Match. Current state. State.idle. Move it like that. Okay. We actually need to go to our blend here, go to our animations and make sure that they're all looping. Okay, cave. Linear. Wait, no. None. Cave idle. Linear. Idle. Linear. Uncave. None. Walk. Linear. Let's take a look at those again. Not a big fan of that. Seems like our collision shapes maybe don't move with it. Okay, let's just see. I'll jump in and we'll see how it looks. Yeah. You can see the collision shape isn't moving with him. Or is it? No, it is not. Okay. Bone attachment 3D. We have bone attachment, but let me see here. I'm sure someone else has had to deal with this. Godot animation not moving collision shape from blender. Let's see. Okay. All right, looks like we just kind of have to do this. So bone attachment 3D. Leg left. Whoops. Okay. We actually have to just disable collision for all of these because we can't use the actual. Okay, there's some collision there, I guess. Let's make it like 1, 2. Okay. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. Duplicate this. This is going to be leg right. Okay, nice. Duplicate it again. This is going to be torso. Just body. Okay, that got placed there. This collision got placed up there. Classic. We're gonna have to make that unique. Okay, nice. Okay, this is going to be our head. Okay, that'll work. Then we have another one. Shoulder right. Shoulder left. This is going to be upper arm left. Okay. Copy that. We'll put that on the shoulder left. Paste. Okay, that's about good. All right, now we're gonna do more of these. Okay. Lower arm left, or yeah, right. Lower arm, nope. Lower arm right. Sure. This better work. Duplicate this. Fist right. Fist left. Okay. Yep, okay, you can see that the collision shapes are moving. Collision shapes are definitely terrible. These shoulder ones, at least. Okay, that's a little better. We'll see. If we need to mess with things, we will. It's fine. Okay, they have collision. Now, let's make them move to some extent. Okay, what was that thing I was watching on State? I don't think I wrote it down anywhere. I was looking through this, but I can't find anything. So, how do we want to do this state? I'm trying to think, because I mean, I've done things this way, which is obviously just not great. I was watching something about you have like a different node for every state or something. For finite state machines. Let me see if I can find the video I was watching.
In the last video,
Let's say you're designing an enemy. You want this enemy to wander until it spots something.
This is the one.
Then chase that target, and if it gets close enough, give it an attack. How would you program this? It would be super simple to check whether there's a target and whether we're in range. then handle the different time for wandering and all the randomness. But imagine you added a few more states to that. Maybe you could see how this code would grow larger and larger. Even though this is a smaller example, I personally would use a finite state machine. First off, before we define a finite state machine, we should probably define what a state is. State is a set of conditions and a behavior to go along with it. So our wander state from before had the conditions that there was no target, and the behavior is wander randomly. And of course, our chase behavior was that we have a target and that we're not in range, and that behavior is to chase. And that's kind of how we would split things up in code. So we would have a state class, and inside of the state class, we would have a couple of methods. The first two are enter and exit, which are called when we transition to a state and leave from a state. Then we'll have two functions. Those are the update and physics update functions. The update is tied to the visual frame rate, whereas the physics is tied to the physics server. Then each state can have its own relevant information. For example, the wandering state would probably have a random direction, and maybe a speed, and maybe a time for it to wander. Then inside of the inner function, we would randomize these variables, and on update, we would tick down the timer, and if it reaches 0, we would randomize the variables again. Then inside of physics, we would probably move. And for all of the other states, it would probably be a very similar story. That's basically it for the state.
Hey man, this is from YouTube chat, Linkforge Studios. Hey man, what kind of game are you working on? I'm working on basically like a little cozy survival game. I'll show you real quick. Let me load up. So we've got a lot of systems already built. We have things like inventory, crafting. It's kind of rudimentary right now, like all crafts just happen instantaneously. But we have things like you can pick things up, put them down, toggle them, you know, boxes. We have a save system that's working, inventory system, tool system, crafting bench system, build system. So we've got a lot of like the basic systems built in, including, yeah, like I said, the build system, which is basically kind of built or based off of the Rust building system, if you've ever played Rust. Whoops. But yeah, we have that. And then we have, right now I'm working on adding some creatures because this is going to be like more of a cozy game. It's survival-ish, but I don't know actually how much of it is going to be survival versus like just building a cool place in the forest and taking care of the forest. So now I'm working on some creatures, the first of which is the giant rock golem dude, which right now all I have is he just sits there and idles. So we're working on I'm going to make him move next. He already looks pretty cool, and I haven't even added the like bioluminescent moss to him yet, so I think he's going to look pretty sick. But the hard thing that I am going to have to work out is eventually I want to do procedural generation, which I've never done before. But even before then, I need to figure out my pathfinding in a way that works, because using built-in pathfinding from Godot might be a little difficult to just use like built-in navigation meshes and stuff, because you're going to be able to like build stuff. Like if I put a wall here, I want it to update, that pathfinding. And so I've never done anything like that where, the pathfinding can change based on what the user is doing. But this already looks incredible. Thanks, man. Love to see this come to life and play it one day. How long have you been working on it? So technically on this project, I've only been working for like 2 weeks, but that's kind of a lie, because a lot of these things I had already built into a previous project, and I'm just kind of like pulling from other projects. So like the build system is actually a plugin that I made for myself, that other people can use it too. But it's like a plugin, so it makes it a lot easier for me to make the base building system, because I had already built it for another project. And then like the inventory system and the crafting system I had already built in another project. They were kind of built poorly. So I pull them in and then I refactored them and made them a little better. I can show you the other project that had a lot of this stuff. It was just really like, it was like the first time I had really tried doing these things, these survival elements. So they just weren't like scalable. So on this new project, I'm kind of coming at it from a more scalable mindset, I guess, and making them work better and more efficiently, and make it so it's not super hard to add stuff. Because in this project, the previous project, I had all the systems there, but anytime you wanted to add a new item, a new build like component, like a different type of roof or something, it just took forever because of the system I had built. But now I've made it a lot more scalable. So let me do this. So this was my previous one. No, let's do time. Oops. Time 1. Toggle time. This was my previous project, which kind of looks, it's in kind of an ugly state right now, but oh, what's up with my tools? They're wonky. Okay. But this had all of the pieces. Like it has a crafting, it has an inventory system, has the build system. But like I said, anytime you wanted to add, like if I wanted to add a new type of floor, it would just take way too long. And so in the new build system, it's way easier to add new components and stuff, and make it just a lot more smooth. But this project was cool because you could ride on this guy, and the whole point was kind of that your base was this walking mountain dude. And I may still implement that in the new project at some point. Reusable code saves so much time. Yeah, and just like the scalability of it when it comes to, like I'll show you how this base build system worked. What do we have? Yeah, I had this thing called build preview. Yeah, and I had stuff like this going on where it's like var preview nodes, dictionary, player.build components pack scene. So we'd have a build component foundation, and then it had wood floor preview, build component.wall wall preview. And then you'd go to the player, and the player has like a an enum of all of your build components. But anytime you wanted to add a new build component, you would have to type it in here manually and like then go update your build preview dictionary to have a preview scene for it. And like all this stuff that just was not good. In the new system, it's way easier. In fact, I can go to, I don't know, Link, do you do Godot game development? Because if so, if you are interested, this here is the plugin that I made for it. So if it's called DS Base Builder, and it has like these example components. These are, just fake ones that you replace later. But basically in the new build system, it's just way better. It's, you add your base builder node scene, base builder scene to your character. It has a little like detection zone so it can see where the other components are. And then instead of having to do all that stuff in code, you create these little resources for each component. So like the doorway resource has a title, has a type of wall, because doorways go where walls are. Has a scene, a preview scene that you just drag and drop in, has a menu icon, is rotatable, degrees of rotation, and then a cost for how much it costs to build it. And it's just like so much easier. So that's what I've been trying to get better at over time. And trying to build plugins really helps with that. That's what I'm most worried about too, how to make our game run smoothly and scalable. We started Godot game dev and it's been interesting. We originally started in Unity but switched recently. Okay. Doing 2D pixel art. Okay. 2D pixel art is, do you have like specific artists? Because I've tried to do some 2D and the pixel art I enjoy, but it's tough. Like, it's not easy, and it's fairly time consuming. Fairly beginner at it and at learning. Hey, perfect. The main thing is, like, if you just don't stop, you will get good. It's just literally don't stop, you know. As long as you keep learning, then you will eventually get good at it. 2-man crew so far. We're doing the art and everything ourselves. Okay, yeah. Takes a while, yeah, for sure. Is this Linkforge, is that your studio? Do you have any YouTube content or like, do you stream it ever, or? Oh, I think I found you. Yeah, nice. Okay, I think I found your YouTube channel. I'll drop a subscribe. Here, let me pull up my Dead Slap account so I can do that. We do have some content posted. We are posting devlogs. Nice. Yeah, I just posted last week a devlog finally for this project. Because I need to start doing that. I've been streaming, but I've been just... I feel like if you're a small indie crew, you kind of have to do YouTube content. Game demo available on our website, too. Nice. Okay. This is the Project Saki. Okay, I subscribed on my Dead Slap channel, and then I'll just do it on my personal as well. Definitely sub and follow you too. Very lucky to see your game come to life too. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Project Saki. Yeah, that's cool, dude. So pixel art, like I said, it is difficult. Here. I'll pull up the video just so I can see. I'll pull up your most recent.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another devlog on Project Saki. In this update, we focus on shaping the opening moments of the game.
So this is all you. You guys doing the pixel art.
One of the first things we added was a fade from black into the scene effect to give the opening a smoother and more cinematic feel. It's a small detail, but it goes a long way towards making the introduction feel intentional, rather than just dropping the player straight into the world. Alongside that, those
little feedback things are big. Do I have any playable demos? No, dude. I'm so bad at. So this is my problem, which I'm getting better at now, and well, this year hopefully I will not have this problem. But I've done about 2 years of game development now, and I just start a project, don't finish it because something else becomes more interesting. Start a new project. So it's like I just literally keep starting new projects every time. Because I get bored or kind of burnt out on whatever project, and it's tough as a solo to like finish something. And I'm always trying to build way too big of scope things, you know, just the classic. But one thing is that I will say that I've learned a lot because of that, because I've had to start projects so many times that I have learned a bit more of the making software scalable, you know, because it's really annoying to rebuild the same systems over and over again. And I've learned a ton during it, but I still haven't gotten to the point where I have like anything posted anywhere, except for like my very first 2D game. I think there's a downloadable demo on my in my Discord or something, but even that isn't up to date, and that was like this tiny little 2D speedrunner. But what I'm hoping is that for this project specifically, I'm already close enough with all of these systems to have a playable demo within the next couple months, I think. maybe in 2 months. I just want like something for the player to do, which right now there isn't really anything except for buildings. Like the only gameplay in the game right now is you can build things, which is still cool, but like I want a little bit more that the player can do. We still need to add in like gathering resources, the actual game loop, and all that. But
Created a health bar.
this is good.
It's going to play an important role as we start introducing combat and sparring mechanics. Adding a health bar for Saki was actually a design decision we put a lot of thought into. When we were originally developing the game in Unity, we chose not to include a health bar during the tutorial because we didn't want the player to get stuck if they lost.
So this is like is this almost like a fighting game? But just
taking damage through animation alone, without any real penalty attached. Over time, though, we realized
already looks fun to play. Thanks. Yeah, it'll get there.
And sense of consequence from the encounter. Players could let Guta hit them repeatedly and simply stay close enough to counterattack whenever it was convenient, which made the sparring match feel less engaging and meaningful overall.
I love that animation, the like crying animation.
More dynamic and rewarding. Players get a clear sense of risk, start learning how damage actually works, and are encouraged to play more deliberately, all while keeping the tutorial accessible and approachable. After that, we brought Guta back into the game. This meant recreating all of his movement animations directly in Godot and setting them up appropriately using the animation player and animation tree. Getting everything connected and blending correctly took some time. I ran into an issue where Guta would move, but his animations wouldn't play as expected. If you've been watching the previous devlogs, you probably noticed that animation bugs have been a reoccurring theme for me.
Animation like issues are so annoying to deal with, whether it's in Blender itself or in Godot. It's so, yeah. Going to be a fighting game, more story-based. Nice. Old school Zelda as inspo. Okay.
And somehow, it's a different bug every time.
I do like the pixel art is great, and the animations too. These are good animations.
While creating animations frame by frame in the animation player, I realized that I wasn't properly locking the animated sprite to each individual animation. Because of that, every time I created a new animation and added keyframes, it was overriding the sprite reference for all of the other animations. The result was that every movement direction ended up playing the exact same animation. It took longer to figure out than I'd like to admit, but once everything was set up correctly, Guta finally started feeling like a fully realized character. With his animations finished, we moved on to the opening scene movement. We added logic, so
this is well edited too.
toward each other at the start of the scene.
This is what I need to why I need to keep putting out maybe like one a week or something devlogs, because I want to get used to doing it. I'm okay at making videos, but I don't do it enough.
All of this work sets us up really well for the next phase of development.
Wish Godot did a better job of explaining bugs and errors found. Yeah, it can be tough. One thing on the coding side, one thing that I do a lot of is, or always do now, is I make sure that I have basically everything having a class of some sort. That does help a lot. But then also like strict typing like this, which actually this is not strictly typed here. I think it's because I copied it over from another project. But this is a big thing to do if you don't already. It just speeds things up. Like it literally will make your game run better and faster, but also should help with catching errors sooner. And then also using custom classes is big, because then you get a lot of like autocomplete and stuff. Try to do a devlog every 2 weeks, but I think even that became very time consuming. Might try to post monthly even. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to do it. It's like, I don't know, depending on the amount of effort you want to put in. Like, I can already tell that the effort you put into those devlogs is higher because you have clips of everything. You're not just like for mine, I'm just basically like talking in front of, I did a little bit of the like pulling clips in and stuff, but it's just a lot more work. So let me pull up my recent devlog. It's me like talking. Today I'm gonna be and then I have some footage playing. Last year I built a prototype. Little bit of clips, like I'm pulling in the old prototype. But anytime that you're talking about something and then you pull in a clip, it's like you got to record something for that, which takes a little bit of time. Then you got to edit it, and you know, like yeah. That being said, all of the systems were underdeveloped. It a lot simpler. Even just little simple things like I recorded myself using my plugin, and it's like just takes time to make these little devlogs and stuff. That's good to know. I appreciate your feedback and advice. Yeah, definitely do that because it does improve performance. And then like, so normally this would yell at me like here I was doing an inferred float, right? So I'm not specifying that it's a float, but I think that's even still slower than actually putting in float here. But I have it set in my settings where if I do this, apparently not. Is that because it's a constant? What about here? Yeah, it's because that's a constant, I guess. Anyway, it will literally error and it will say, hey, it has no static type. So I have to do bool false. So it forces me to do it. And you can do that in here if you go to your project settings and then go to type. Should say debug in GD script on untyped declaration. You can change it to be error. I think by standard it's on ignore. But that will literally force you to do it. It'll probably take, you know, a little while because when you switch that over, everything in your project is going to error, and then you're going to have to go through and fix them all. But it will speed up the performance, and it will save you some headache in the future. Because you'll also have to think more about your functions as well. So, like, all of your functions will need to they'll need to return something. So either void, where it doesn't return anything, or it'll be... let me see if I can find one that isn't a void function. Apparently not in here. I know my inventory has a lot of them, like this one returns an int, so you have to make sure that you're actually returning an int, you know, like, yeah. It's a lot of work, but it does make the video more interesting and engaging, yeah, for sure. Probably better coding practice too, especially when you're working on bigger teams who need to understand your code. That's 100% true. It's just a lot more readable. So for certain things, like on my inventory script, I have a lot of these helper items or helper functions, like get first empty slot, and it returns an integer, which literally means it returns the index within the array that is empty. So if I go to my player and I do right here, randomly I'll do it right here, but inventory dot get first empty slot, it actually says right there, it returns an int. So I know what this gives me if I do first empty slot. Oh, and then I even have like, yeah, it shows there, it returns an int, returns the index of the first empty slot in this inventory. If there is none, it returns -1. That's a comment that I wrote on the actual function right here. But it'll show me that, so then I know in my player script, if I'm trying to get like the item at a slot, then I know that this is wrong. Like this is supposed to give me the index. It's not giving me the actual item resource, you know. There's a lot of different things you can do to, or these things all add together to make your experience better. But also don't worry too much about that. Like, you can also find yourself getting really in the weeds about making everything way too scalable. And sometimes it is fine to just literally copy code from one place and paste it in another. because maybe you only need it in 2 places, and that's fine. You don't need to build a whole system just for modularity when you don't need that, you know. But it's all stuff you just pick up and learn as you go. And you'll notice the annoying things. Like the things that are actually annoying when it comes to scaling, you'll be like, okay, this system that I built is way too bad. We need to rebuild it. And you'll notice. The other things that don't cause problems, you're never going to notice, and it's fine. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to try to get this guy walking in a random direction. Let's give him a speed float equals 5.0. So we have like this state, we have a current state, sick. By the way, Link, do you guys have programming experience in general? Or is this your first time learning programming and doing the art? Okay, here, this is a bad way that I'm doing this, but I'm doing it poorly just to get it working so I can see things. State dot, let's call this walking. Animation player dot play. What is his walk? Okay. Maybe we do this. Enter walk. We're gonna do it like this. And we're gonna do an exit walk. I just want to see him walking. So, and then we're gonna do a enter idle, exit idle. Definitely we'll try to incorporate that into our code as well. Yeah. I have a bachelor's in CS. Okay, with 5 years of industry experience as software engineer, but game dev is completely new. Excited to see the golem move. Yeah, we'll see. Every time I do this, it's always horrible. I've done this a million times, and I never remember exactly how to do it. But we'll get him moving, and I'll probably just copy some code from another project. But yeah, if you already have a bunch of, or some experience as a software engineer, yeah, that helps a ton. But game dev is different. I enjoy it way more. Every time I do like web development or something, it's just like, I can't stand it. Mainly because I don't like JavaScript or TypeScript. But game development, especially this, it's basically I'm just doing Python pretty much. And there's just a specific way to do everything. There's no packages, no, at least not, you don't have to do servers and everything until you're doing multiplayer or whatever. Like, I don't know. It simplifies things. There's a million different things to do at all times. So if you're ADHD, it's perfect. You can always just switch to artwork or whatever. There's the whole game design side. Like, there's so many aspects to it that are just fun. Okay, enter walk. Current state equals state dot walking. We're gonna do that. Here, we're gonna do this, exit walk. We don't need the current state. I don't know if we need these exit walks, maybe. Or these exits. We might. Here we're going to do current state equals state dot idle. We can do our animation play there. Walk here. Throw that in there. We can get rid of these. These will just be for our moving. We're going to have func get movement. And then we're going to do func every tick stop. Get movement. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave these exits for now because there's not really anything we need to do there. We can go to our animation player and we can do default blend time. Let's do like 0.25, I guess. Or let's do like 0.5. So that will blend between our animations. And then for now, we're going to do just a timer. We're going to call this nav timer. Connect it here. There we go. Connect. Okay. Randef range 0.0 to, all right, let's do like 3.0 to 10.0. Okay. Rand X, Rand Z. Okay. Then we can do nav target equals, this is going to be this is a vector 3. Sure. Let's keep it a vector 3 for now. Vector 3. And we're going to do rand X 0.0 rand Z. Okay. Now we have a just random direction. That's all we're doing for now. We're going to do 5 seconds. We're going to do one shot. Auto start. There's always this thing where I kind of have to figure out if I want to have like a reset timer in case he gets stuck to choose a new place. Probably unnecessary because I'm going to change this whole navigation system anyway. That's fine. This is nav timer, timeout. Okay. Nav target. So now we have a new nav target, and then we do enter walk. Okay. Enter idle. We need to start our nav timer. So on enter idle, we do nav timer dot start, and we're just going to do a hard-coded 3 seconds. Okay. Now, this is where I maybe go to dark forest. Nope, that's not what I want. I need to go to the jank jam. Then go to my scenes. What is it? Creatures. Ground units. No. Oh, where is it? Sorry, I'm got my stuff on my other screen here. It's not in ground units. Why is it not in ground? Oh, it is there. Tank. Okay. Okay, we have our move toward. Yep, sweet. State moving. Where is it? Okay, I'm going to copy this, pull it over, and simplify it. We're going to do delta here, float. We're going to do delta there. Then down here, we're going to do a quick move and slide. Why is that breaking? Expected this after a match statement. Ah. Yep. Okay. Okay, now we have nav target global position in base vector 3. That's because the nav target global position okay. Yeah, nav target minus global position. Target velocity is deer times speed. Oh, this is a target velocity, blah, 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 lerp. This is, I don't even think this is it. This is what I want. I just want to rotate in the direction of my movement. Let me go to my actual golem, because I had this golem in the other one. Hub world scenes, creatures, rock golem. Oh my goodness. There's way too much in there. You know what? We're going to open another folder. We're going to go to a game that doesn't have spherical worlds in it. We're going to go to survival, yeah. And then go to our walking mountain. See, this is what I was saying. I always forget how to do all of this stuff. Let me pull this over here. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do this. I always forget. Here, one thing I'll show you real quick why I didn't want to use the code that I had already written for the rock golems in another project. It's because the code that I'd written for them involved them walking on little tiny spherical planets. And so it just it's constantly aligning their y-axis to make sure that they're not misaligned to the surface and all this stuff. And that comes from this project where I already have the rock golems. So if you want to see the rock golem moving, here we go. These ones have extra details on them, which I will add in to the other one as well. But they have to align to the planet surface, so I can't just directly pull the code. But all I need to do is lerp the angle, so then they point in the right direction. That's awesome, thanks, yeah. Now the hard thing is going to be doing the pathfinding in the new game. In this, the pathfinding's actually fine, because they don't care if they run into anything. They'll just walk straight through trees, because I just didn't care. Oh, there's the caving animation where they like turn into a cave, which that will be a big thing in the new project. And actually, Link, just so I can show you, this project was really fun to work on. It was much too big of a project for me to actually finish, because what it was is basically you start out on this home world, you're this little like point of energy, and then you go to different planets and experience different stories in entirely new settings. So like this was one of the places that you would go, where you're basically watching a battle take place, a space battle on the planet. And it is cool, but it was just going to take way too long to like actually build it. And the whole idea of the game was, it was less of a game and more of just like you go to these random places and have a visual experience, you know. So like in this one, you're just literally watching a battle happen. Maybe you're watching some mech units fight their way through the city or something like that. And I love the visuals of like the auto turrets and stuff. It is cool, but once again, it was going to be just too much work, which is a classic for me. I do just love watching the auto turrets fire though, and watching these ships explode. The big ones don't explode. I should have added that in. Should have had them crash. So satisfying. Yeah, I know. It was so much fun to just sit and just watch like them fall apart. And the audio sounds good for these auto turrets, I think. Trying to make a game you can put out on Steam, yeah. And this is the year. This is the year that I'm trying to actually do it. Because it's, like I said, I've been doing game development for 2 years. I was fairly inconsistent last year. I still learned a ton, but I just had a lot of crazy stuff going on in life. Like I just moved all the way from Washington State all the way out to Finland. So there's like just been a ton of life stuff going on. But now that I think I've found the game that I can build into a full game, then I'm going to try to build the demo first, put the demo on Steam, maybe look for publishing, something like that. And just really go for it this year, especially since I know I'm going to have time to go for it. I'm going to really have like a good amount. I don't have like a ton going on this year work-wise, and I don't need to have a ton of work this year. So I have the time to just devote to building a game, which is nice. So yeah, that is the end goal, to actually put something on Steam. My brother actually already has, it's not on Steam, but he has a Steam page up. He's been a software developer ever since he was 12, so it's like, and he's, I don't know, 10 years older than me, more than that, more than 10. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah. So he has his Steam page up for his game called Into the Dawn, which he's been putting a ton of work in on it, made a bunch of progress. It's still not demo on Steam. Like he doesn't have the demo on Steam, but he has it like in his Discord if you join his Discord or something. But it's pretty sick. So at some point, I need to actually set up like a Steam page for this current project. How big am I trying to go with this new game? fairly big. So I'll show you some of the plans. Procedural generation is going to be a big thing. So I wrote new project for this because I think I want to test it on a new project and like maybe even make a plugin or something. I don't know. Test it on a new project, then try to implement it. You come from a family of game devs? Yeah, kind of, in a way. We have always joked, I have a big family. I have 8 siblings. But that if we, especially us brothers, because I have 5 brothers, if we just wanted to start a game development studio, it would be perfect because we have like all of the things, all of the disciplines you need for game dev, we all have. So it's like we've got my brother Jamin for his programming knowledge. I know some programming. I'm not like an amazing programmer, but then we've got, you know, some artists, musicians, voice actors. Like us brothers have kind of like all of the things that you would need if you wanted to just start a game studio, which someday we really just should, because it would be great, but it would be amazing. Yeah. I've never actually worked with a team though before, in the past 2 years. I did a little bit with my friends when we were just learning. Like 3 years ago, we did like a month or 2 of Godot. But we never ended up like building anything from it. What's keeping you from doing it? Mostly just life. Cause you know, people got their own stuff going on. My brother Jamin, he runs a software company, but because he just really enjoys it, so he does it. My brother Lucas is a really good musician, makes music. He's never done anything with game development, but he just makes music on his own time. But he's got, you know, kids and he's got to work and do all that. So I think it's mostly just that. We have talked about it, but maybe when my brother Jamin's helicopter game goes, you know, crazy, he can hire the rest of us, you know. But it would be awesome to have a partner at some point. But I also don't mind building stuff by myself. Okay, let me think about where I'm at. I've got nav timer. We do enter, walk. We do that. Here we do get movement. Okay, so on get movement, first I'll just do this. Our deer vector 3 equals nav target minus global position, something like this. Dot normalized, and then we could just do something like velocity equals move toward velocity wait, we can just do let's just literally do speed times deer for now. And then we're going to do something just like look at deer. We'll try that. Every tick stop, we're going to do velocity equals vector 3.0. Okay, so it starts right away. But instead, we don't need to do auto start. We can do on ready. We can just say enter idle. Would be cool to have the extra help. You seem to be doing great on your own. Yeah, and it is nice to do things on my own. Okay. Here we go. He is now moving. Oh, wow. And now he is glitching because he is running into this. Okay. First, his speed is clearly far too much. Let's make this 1. Let's make this 3. 1.0. 3.0. And let's do speed of 1, I guess. Oh, you know what it is? We're not doing times delta. And of course, we will do like smooth motion and smooth, and you know, where he's looking and all that. Okay. Okay, he is now trying to walk into the wall, and he will never reach it because he's colliding with the wall. Is he colliding? What's he colliding with? Okay, it's nice to know that his legs do kick me a bit. Yeah. I don't think he's colliding with anything. See, this is where having navigation is really nice, because then I don't have to deal with any of these annoying things. Looks sick moving in this game setting. It does, yeah. But I really like the ambience in this. I've been working hard to try to get the vibe right, you know, because that's kind of what I'm good at. You know, in Blender and stuff, I'm pretty much only good at low poly stuff, which is fine. It's just you got to get the overall atmosphere. Everything needs to have a consistent feel, you know. Okay. Let's try to do this the right way. Which means I probably need a navigation mesh. Which means I probably need to figure out how to get the navigation from all of these different surfaces. So we have like our base surface here. Ground with river. Static body right there. Okay. And how can I do that? I've never had to really do this before, because anytime I've done navigation, I've either done it baked directly from a single mesh or from Terrain 3D, the plugin, which is really, really nice, but I'm not using it here. How to bake navigation mesh Godot. Let's look at this GWiz tutorial.
Hello everyone. And
This guy's got pretty solid tutorials. He's actually popped in the chat before. He's a cool guy.
tutorial, I'm going to be showing you
We'll
how to
see
use
if
the
this
nav
is-
mesh in Godot 4. To get started, make sure you have all of your collisions pre-made. Create a navigation region 3D. And
Sometimes he does a little bit like more. They're simple tutorials, so sometimes they don't necessarily work when you have a more complicated
drag
thing.
all
But
of your
we'll see.
collision objects inside of it. At least all the ones that you want to be affected by navigation.
Hmm,
Go
okay.
here, create a new navigation mesh, and press Bake Mesh. Here you can see that we now have
Okay. Will this work for me? Navigation region. Okay, we have ground with stream. We have stones. Trees we no longer have. We have huge tree. mountains. Mountains should not be included. Or should they? I don't know, actually. Proton scatter. This is the trees. We are going to need that. Okay. Let's see what happens. New navigation mesh. And bake it. Let's just see what happens. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, we have navigation in the stream. We have navigation there. We have navigation. We have navigation underneath all of these things. We still need our rock formations in here. Okay. Let's bake it again. The hard part is these trees, right? They get their own little navigation mesh things here added to them. But really what we want them to do is just make it so there isn't navigation right around them, which is working. Same with like these, right? There's no navigation here because these rocks are in the way. But that creates problems for us because what if they try to like go up on top of this thing, right? Still not entirely sure how to fix that, but we will see. One thing I know I can do is I can just there's probably a way to see if there's a valid path to get there. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do a get new nav target. Instead of get movement, we're going to do this, every tick move. This is from another project. Okay, nav.getNav, next nav target. Okay, where was nav again? Nav is... That's our navigation agent. Okay, we need a navigation agent. Call this nav. Save. Okay. Speedy. Must be speedy. Okay. Lerp, direction times speed, acceleration times delta. So we need an excel. Our excel. Float. What did we have here? We've got 8 and then that's 1. Okay. We need a turn speed, var turn speed, which is a float, equals 0.5. We'll start with that. Okay, we've got that. Every tick move, blah, blah, blah. Perfect. Okay, and then we need to get our new nav target, which I believe I have that already. Okay, we need to have nav map, I guess. Okay, so we get the navigation map. We get the closest point to the nav target. Nav target, we can do. We can do it this way. And then here on nav target timeout, we can do get new nav target. Then in our every tick move, we do that. Okay. Let's see what happens. See if it just works. Okay. He's moving, but he's not moving. Is there a reason why he is not moving at all? Or did it just pick a spot that was really close to him? Let's do something like that. Actually, let's do something like 10 and 15. Is it visible navigation there? I think. If not, then we need to do it in the nav agent. Oh. Visible navigation. Okay, we need visible paths. That's what we need. Let's do that. There, I saw visible paths there. But I think it's right. Let's try that, I guess. This every time takes forever for me to remember how to do it. Okay. Okay. It's not that. Debug enabled. Custom path color. Okay, we've got that. Please just show me where he's trying to walk. Let's load game. So we have light. I see nothing. There is no path. Okay. Debug visible navigation. With all of this? This makes it really hard to see, but I see zero path. Okay, we're not going to do that. But let's think about this. Enter walk, we do that. We play walk. When we're in walking, we do every tick move. Every tick move does this. Get next path position. Nav target equals, okay. Can nav target be maybe nav target is what's throwing us off. Something like that. our global position. Okay, he's still just, he ain't moving. Okay, we got 27. So we have that. We have a position. Is that his position in the world already? 27 and 32. So where's our rock golem? Right here. 17 and 42. Okay. That's good. So we are getting something. He's just not really trying to move there. We're doing the move and slide. Do acceleration at 10. Maybe he's just walking too slow. Or starting off too slow. Nope. The other thing I realized is we obviously can't just do it like this. Because it needs to be a random direction. How do we just... I'm going to do... I'm trying to think. I just want to make this not... Nah, whatever. We'll just do this. -15. -15. Okay. But clearly he's just not moving. Because he has nowhere he wants to go. Okay. Print nav map. Let me see what this prints. RID, okay. Cool. Let's go back to this and see if there was anything
baked nav mesh. And
classic
it is very
that we
easy
missed.
to rebake it. If you want to add more objects, just go ahead, create your new object, place it in there, and press bake again. Now you see, it forms around your new object. Now head over to whatever NPC or enemy you are using. Go ahead and add it, and we'll create a new script called NPC. Click our navigation agent. Speed, we'll set that to 1 for now. And we need that to our set will be set to our target. Now, in our physics process,
Do we need that set target
we
position?
will
That's agent. Nav is our agent. Okay, it doesn't seem like
Well, first
that
off,
exists
look,
anymore.
0 and rotation 8.5. Origin, next, location, minus current location, dot normalize, times our speed that we preset earlier, with ready function,
Yeah, this is kind of an old tutorial.
setting our target to an arbitrary position. Great. Now let's update our target location to
Velocity.lerp, right? We're doing that. Okay, walking, match current state, walking. Trying to look at my old code and can't understand it. Okay, why? This is the annoying stuff to debug, because it's like, why can't you just move? He was moving before. Okay, let me think about this. We're in walking. We're doing every tick move. Every tick move does this. Gets the next path position. Let's print the deer after it's normalized. Zero, 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 zero. Okay. Do we not need that global position in there? Hey! Now he is just trying to climb. Let's see if we can get him to try to walk towards something. Okay, he's instantly headed back to the corner. Is there any paths being drawn? Not that I can see. Okay, we will try it again and just see if it's just yeah, okay. He's consistently trying to do that. Okay. Get next nav position. Okay. Why is there a in every tick move There's a get next nav position minus global position for the walking mountain. I see. We do need that in there. Because this next, we're just getting the direction to the next path. So it's our global position minus the next path position. Oh, we're just literally not doing this? Wait. No, we are doing this. We're doing get new nav target, and then we're doing enter walk. Okay. Let's do that there. It will still not work. We can print the nav target here to see if it's like just the exact position that the yeah, it's 0, 0, 0, 0 for this. The direction is, which means that the nav target is currently being set to just the nav target is just getting set to where we are. Nav target equals global position plus this and this. So then we're saying that our nav target equals map get the closest point.
Tard. We go back over to our PC, randomly wander around, and we can copy this, and now our else in here. So once we have reached the position, we will be setting the Y position. Or if the Y is always
okay, let me open yet another project and see how we're doing it. Grass creature, okay, find random, okay. Global position minus. Okay, I'm gonna do minus a vector 3, okay, we've got that. Oh, we have to do nav.target position. And then on our move, okay, I think we're getting it. See, I literally every time I have to figure out how to do this, it feels like from scratch. Even though I've done this like so many times. There we go. Now we've even got paths showing up. Now, of course, he's still trying to go. He's just going. Okay, which means what we do is walking. If global position dot distance to nav dot target position, I think, is less than or equal to 2.0. Enter idle. We can try this. Oh, we're getting some collision issues, maybe? Where is this? Where's this path trying to go? Distance to nav target position. What are we doing? Nav target. I mean, maybe we do nav target here. Okay, he went idle. Nice. Sick. Okay, we can bring this down to like 4. We can change his turn speed to like 0.9. His speed down to like 3. His acceleration to 3. Nope, we got ourselves some issues here. Where is he trying to go? Oh, I think that's all in my input actions or something. If not, is on floor. Let's try that. It is kind of an issue of him being really big when we don't have all that much space here. Oh, man. It's getting stuck. Let's just back up to 5, I guess. also make him be able to go up things easier. Max angle, where it's considered a floor. Okay. Okay, not bad. Come on. Where are you trying to go, bro? Did he fall down? Vector 3.0. So he's fine until he runs into like an edge or something. Okay. One thing we can do is navigation region. Static colliders will do that. Okay, we do have collision mask. So we can set certain things to only okay. Cell size, height, minimum floor to ceiling height. That will still allow the floor area to be considered walkable. Okay. Erode, shrink the walkable. Okay. Is considered walkable in degrees. If I do that, put that up to 90, what happens? Because I think he's just getting stuck on that little edge. Okay, he's currently walking through that. Is there a way to make his width? Give him some sort of a width. Classic, he is stuck again for no apparent reason. Is edge centered the one that we wanted? Body of the avoidance agent and not of the avoidance maneuver starting radius. Okay. Agent radius. Use different navigation maps for each actor's size. Interesting. Which I think we will need to do anyway. May need different nav maps for different agent sizes because you can only specify one agent radius per nav map. Okay, let's go to our navigation map or region. Wait. Did that say per nav map? Can I not copy this? I can copy this. From the navigation agent radius documentation. Okay, so back here in our navigation mesh, then we can do the radius here. But this is just region. Wait, regions? Okay. because we have the navigation maps as well. What does this all mean? Get navigation map. What does this do? Okay. World 3D. What does get navigation map do? This is for 4.6. Actually, we should take a look. Because it might be worth upgrading if they did. If they did some changes to the navigation. I don't know if they did. Okay, Jolt, new theme, docking, bone stuff. I've seen all of this before, but I couldn't remember if there was a navigation thing. This is cool. General core, okay. Lib Godot, okay. Signal stuff, rotating tile scenes, okay. Grid map, rotation, GUI, click does not equal focus, zero margin of error, okay. Animation, okay. Export, input, import, rendering. Okay. Scripting, no. GD script. No. Okay. So it doesn't seem like there's anything new. Navigation, different navigation maps are completely isolated, but navigation region and avoidant agents can switch between maps. Switches will become effective. Okay. Okay. Yep, so this gets it. It can create and support as many navigation maps as required. Different navigation maps see different actor types, different actor locomotion. Each navigation map individually synchronizes queued changes to its navigation regions and avoidant agents. Navigation map that has not received changes will consume little to no processing time, blah, blah, blah. Set map active. Region, okay. Individual navigation regions upload their 2D or 3D nav mesh resource data to the server. Let's look at this one. Okay, this is what we're looking. To support different actor types due to their size, whoops, requires its own navigation map and navigation mesh, backed with an appropriate agent radius and height. The same approach can be used to distinguish between land walking, swimming, or flying agents. Okay. Okay. Navigation, okay. Set these. This is what we're going to do. Copy this. We don't need to know this quite yet. Then this is after locomotion. We can throw this in here too. Okay. Agent set map. Okay, that's doable. We just set the map. Bake the navigation geometry for each agent size from the same source geometry. Source geometry data. Create the source geometry resource that will hold the parsed geometry. Navigation mesh baking root node. This is just a node 3D. Source geometry data. Parse source geometry root node. Okay, so I guess I can just toss everything I need into a node and then a root node. Then bake it like this, and then I just set who uses what. A region for each map. Add the right ones to the right map. Okay. Region set map, okay. Set navigation mesh, alright. Okay, this is doable, it's just... It's too bad I can't just have it on the navigation agent. That would be so sick. Because this... This is just for avoidance, it looks like. Which I still don't even know what avoidance actually does. What you can do with it. But for this... We're going to say it's like that. Let's bake it again and see if anything changes. Yes. Interesting. I think I have to go back to this and rebake, and then it will. Yeah, because I don't think these have colliders until they're actually like spawned. Keep static colliders, yes. Render mode. Use instancing, okay. So having it be both is kind of annoying in my navigation region. Because that means I can't throw any, like, I have to make sure I'm not just throwing meshes in there. That can be stuff. Well, I guess that's not too big of a deal. Okay, these are now seen as walkable. Because I said that the max climb of 1 meter is walkable. These guys are crazy wide, of course. let's go ahead and let's bump this up to like 35, 35, 35, 35. Okay, pathfinding weird. Let's go ahead and throw that back into corridor funnel. Okay. Simplify path is now on. I don't know what that does. All right, buddy. Okay, use a capsule shape. Actually, let's make him like, no, 3, maybe. Oh, that would need to be 3 there. Okay, that's probably fine. Maybe that'll help him slide up things. What you doing in the corner over there? Uh-oh. Okay, looks like we need the mountains as well. Okay. I should fix my load so it just automatically loads. Okay, he goes over here. I could also just make him a little bit smaller. He doesn't need to be this big. Okay. You're definitely there. Let's do 5. Let's do 10. He really shouldn't be running into that issue ever again now. Okay. He was able to get up over that. So if I just make him so he can climb up 90-degree angles, then he's usually fine. Okay, this is a very short path. And he is on top of it. Like, he should not be. He's definitely close enough to this. So why is he stuck? Because we changed that to 10. This is max angle rather than a wall. I'm gonna do 80 degrees there, I guess, just to make sure he knows, yeah. Casper, what's up? How's it going? Okay. One thing I know I need to do. This is very important. Go into creatures. New folder. Rock, Golem. And then we go to our Jank Jam. Copy these, we go over here. Paste them. Okay, sick. It's going. How about yourself? Nah, not too bad. I'm just trying to figure out some weird pathfinding stuff. Audio. Stream player. Okay, sick. Here we can do a, I'm going to do this. Footsteps. And then here we can do an audio stream randomizer. Drag that into there. We don't really need randomizer because those are two different things. Okay. We're gonna do one. Gonna go to audio. Still on 4.4. Yeah, I need to get up to 4.6. I'll do that this week. Okay, we need a different bus. Now we're gonna do another animation player. We're gonna call this anim keys. This is just kind of the classic thing that I've had to figure out. Because I don't think I can edit this. Yeah. Walk is 2.5. So at 1.25, we take a step. And at 0, we take a step. Or 1.25 and then 2.5. Okay. We have anim keys. Do we have footsteps? Yes. I'm going to do this. Funk, play, footstep. Okay, I'm just going to do that. Did stream crash? Hopefully not. Seems fine on my end, like I haven't seen anything, but let me know if it comes back. It got stuck on me adding a bus. Okay. But I'm back now. Okay. Call method track on a rock column. Okay. Insert key. We're going to do play footstep. We're going to do a new one called idle. Nothing is going to happen in that. And enter walk. We're going to do anim keys. Play walk. Actually, do that just for that. Idle. Okay. Oh, that needs to loop. Okay. Let's see if this works. Okay. Okay. It's technically working. We just need these to sound way better. Actually, I wonder if these sound better. Maybe. very quiet. Okay, that's not terrible. Casper, is it seeming to work better now? Okay, we can come up with a better sound for sure. All right, let's see what happens when he comes up here. Okay. So this is where he tries to get up here, but he doesn't know about these. Okay, nav region. We're going to be adding to global.main.nav region. Which means we probably need to rebuild all of this stuff. Bad Circle, what's up? Godot 4.6 is pretty slick, by the way. I'll probably upgrade to it. If I can stream tomorrow, then I'll upgrade. Otherwise, it'll be Monday. But it is looking nice. I also haven't done anything in Godot 4.5. I've still only been using 4.6. But good to see you, Bad Circle. How do I, on the fly, rebake? Takes too much resources to do it effectively. Okay, I'm gonna take this and put this note. Copy that. Put this in my rebaking nav mesh info. This could be needed. You too, yeah. Casper says 4.5 isn't much aside from the new logger class and some var args and some other comfort of life stuff. Okay, 4.6 looks pretty nice. I like even just the theming changes and stuff. But the animation stuff is cool, like the IK system. I've never really tried to use like do my animation in Godot, so I may try it. I've always done it in Blender and then just used it from there. Okay, so baking the nav mesh, parsing the geometry is it could potentially be an issue because it says only static collision objects. Chunk your world. But how do I actually rebake it? IK will make it easier to do dynamic animations in Godot. Yeah. Yeah, like real. Yeah. I might try it out. Try out doing some animation in Godot. I do a little bit, but or I have done a little bit, but so I guess the thing is, here's an issue. I'm running this proton scatter. I think we just need to look up something real quick. Proton scatter Godot. Do they have documentation? It's happening again? Oh my goodness. I do have an ad break going. I wonder if... Sometimes though, when my stream goes longer than like a couple hours, it starts doing this dumb crashing thing. Can only see it in a quarter, occasionally buffering. Rebake in code or in the editor. There should be a rebake in the small secondary. Yeah, I can. I'm talking in code. Because I've already baked, like, here. But just wondering how. I mean, I assume I can find it here. Just right here somewhere. So there's all this. Okay. Baked at runtime with okay. Is it just bake navigation mesh? Bake from source geometry. Okay. Okay, what happens if I go into my hammer here? We'll do it like this. Now we're going to do visible navigation. And I'm going to start building. You're back from ads, okay. Broken. Is that on the... Bake navigation, okay. Okay, I can just do navigation mesh and then bake navigation mesh. True. I think that's it. I think I have to do it on the navigation mesh. As soon as I'm back at buffers again. Oh, man. Why? What am I? Navigation region 3D. Navigation region 3D. Okay, so maybe it is this. I haven't had issues like this, but it shouldn't be a problem on my side. I have had some annoying stream issues, although I don't think I've had it quite like this. Usually it just crashes and it's just like done. But it could very well be on my side. Okay. Ah. I rebaked it, but it just said it took a while. It's taking forever to do it, but it is rebaking it. It's interesting that it's still allowing, like, above that. And it is taking forever. We have so much geometry in here. So this is the thing. Use instancing. Here, 1 second. Okay. 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 Render mode. Performance, use instancing. Keep static colliders. Ah. Okay, I think this might help us then. Hopefully. Let's see how long it takes. I guess I can't really tell. Yep, still takes forever. It's also kind of funny because it like doesn't so it's if it's at a certain height, then it doesn't. But like these ones, things, people will still try to walk on top of it. Where's our guy? Oh, he's over here. And he's stuck. This looks so trippy. Square foundation. Okay, if I just go to like my foundation, I think I can just make the collision bigger on it. This could be 4.2 or something. That should do it. Batman, what's up? The Batman from the comic books. Here. This looks all janky because I have all of my collision, or my, what do you call it? Navigation stuff showing. But I am testing my nav remeshing real quick. There's definitely some lag. Okay, and it still does that. But if I build up higher, okay, then it's good. I think maybe what I need is just, we can do on this 0.4 or something. Go back to 0 here. Yeah. And then what we do is this is just going to be our baked geometry. No, that doesn't really work. I could make another collision shape that's just for baked geometry. Have a built-in setting to determine the remove nearby radius. Looks like a lot gets chopped. Yeah, it's just, unfortunately, you can only do that by or per navigation region. So it's, I put the radius up to 3 because I've got this really big guy here, but I'm gonna have to do like separate nav meshes for every type, every agent size. So if I'm rebaking things at runtime, like, that's gonna get spendy fast if I have like 3 different types. Let's do this. It's already lagging like crazy just doing that. Like, it does not have that kind of lag normally. So we definitely can't do that. Well, we can, we just need to find a much better way of baking it. Or a more efficient way. Because this navigation region has to have all of this stuff in it. And mostly it's the trees, I think. And also, if I just load back in, that doesn't rebake it, right? Oh, whoops, I need to have... It won't be baked correctly. If I load in, yeah, we still have all of this. Yeah, all of this is still under a nav mesh. Also, this guy still gets stuck. I do not understand it. We will have to figure that out. So if I bake it, how long does it take? Yeah, way too long. Let's take proton scatter out, save, clear it, bake it again. Still takes forever. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure out how to bake this stuff correctly, because I would love to be able to just use the nav mesh system like this. But the fact that we are changing the world around us, every single creature is going to need to know what navigation, where it can navigate, how it can navigate, and at different sizes. So like this one, let's do our agent radius actually is going to be like, let's do like 5. Let's bake it again. Okay. So now he can't walk too close. That also makes it so these don't even connect. I'm gonna get rid of this. Also going to get rid of collision. Let's see what happens. So I think if there's no gravity and he's always going towards a navigation spot and he can't collide, then that should stop a lot of his braking. If he just doesn't collide with anything and doesn't fall. But here we go, right? Like he's clearly within range of this. The path ends. Where is he trying to go? Man, it would be sweet if I could just paint on navigation. Of course, it doesn't really help me because I still need to be able to navigate on these things. So we have this scene that has navigation. Is there no way to like specify nodes that are only meant to be blockers and not to actually get stuff on them? Like these mountains don't need this. Okay, this is on 13. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to speed this up. Okay, let's look at this proton scatter again. Let's do that and see what happens. Do these still have, if I'm using copies, okay, they still have collision. Let's bake this again. Okay, that works. Still takes forever to bake. That was still on both. Still takes forever. The AABB, okay. With that, I could do something like 1,000, 1,000, 10, 10,000. I can't really. The AABB. I don't understand what these all are, but let's bake it now. Okay, now it's tiny, or there's just nothing. Okay. Let's do like 0. Oh. Okay, still nothing. Negative 100, 100, negative 100. Ah, 100. Now we're getting something. Okay. Negative 10 to 10. Five. Okay, so I could restrict it like this. Okay, so there it is. And I could do negative 100 to 100. Okay, that's weird. 0. So 0, 0, 0. That's like the positioning. Okay. So I could do like 200? 200? Negative 100. Negative 100. Oh man, that's way faster. Okay, that is a lot faster. Oh, that didn't even try to do anything below, so we could do something like that. Okay, and it's not nearly as okay, project. Let's do visible navigation again. Square foundation, I'm going to make this collision. Or maybe I should make the cell height. Okay, let's see if this changes things. It's definitely way faster on the bake. Okay, it's still... What happens, so I'll put one of these on there. Then I rebake. If I build one up there, nothing. Okay. That guy is stuck again. I think I do just do this. Nope, not a constant linear velocity. Collision shape. This thing is going to be 4.2. No, 4.4. There we go. Man, it bakes it a lot faster for sure. Okay, it doesn't rebake there. What happens if I build a little higher? If I build just slightly higher than it. Oh, that's because the walkable height. That's why I wish there was some way of just saying, like, hey, these are not walkable at all. I mean, there probably is some way, but... Okay, maybe I can do this. Navigation obstacle 3D. And actually, let's look up navigation obstacle 3D. Carve navigation mesh. Okay. Okay, avoidance not needed. Height. Okay, that's not needed. Radius is for 3D. Okay, let's just give this a shot and see what happens. Nothing. Still wants to walk on it. So we do need this. Okay. Oh, that's avoidance radius. Okay. Nice. So I can just do it like this. Oh, what am I doing? 3, 3, negative 3, negative 3, 3, 3. Nope. Negative 3. Nope. 3. Negative 3. 3. Negative 3. Okay. Okay, let's give this a quick little try. Please tell me it works. Yes, look at that. What happens if I go like this? Oh, did it adjust it? It did in real time. And this is actually pretty fast. Okay. Now, scatter item is tree 1. We're going to do tree 1. We're going to add one of these. Oh yeah, these are tiny, so I'm gonna do like 0.2. Hopefully it scales. I don't know if it does. Okay, so we have that. Now if I go in here, grab proton scatter, pull it out. Okay, nice, those scale. Let's go ahead and rebake this. Oh. Okay. Still baked it. Maybe it will bake it afterwards. No. Effect, carve. Let's see what happens when I load in my... Okay, I load in my old one, and these ones are not carving out anything. Rebake on load. I think so. Oh, but I didn't. I need to do it on the actual load. What I don't understand, why are these trees not getting it? Because it is getting baked, at least when I'm like building. Effect navigation mesh. Height is only 0.5. Let's do like 2. I wonder if it has to do with the height of that cutout. To make it not have many bake calls, wait till everything is loaded, then rebake the nav mesh. So I'm rebaking there, but the trees are still not updating. But yeah, I'll need to find some way of doing that. Casper, a good way of doing that. Okay, get that out of there. Square foundation has a height of 5. Has none of this. Only thing that has changed is transform. Oh, I wonder, this still probably needs to be... Okay, I'm going to put that on layer 4, which is not getting baked, and see if it still bakes them now that it's inside. Okay, now it does. I see. So these they still need to be inside. So they just need to still be a child of it. Okay, nice. So now I can rebake it. Boom. And that bakes way faster. Directly adding. Yeah. Yeah, that was the issue. Looks like we're good now. This will work, I think. Because then I can take a lot of this stuff off of the baking. A lot of this stuff off of the baking, like layers. Like I don't need it to bake. I don't need it to bake all of these collision masks. I could just do one that's like just terrain. And then just put these little cutout things on them. So we have save game, and then load game. We do all of this. Then at the end, I could just bake here. This may not be the best because, like you said, we got to wait until everything's ready. But for now, I just want to test that. One bake call instead of hundreds for each item. Yeah. So if I load, okay, it rebaked. Okay, yeah, it's still, it was like kind of too late, I think. Because these are not cutting out anything. Yeah, there's still like navigation stuff under it. Okay, we'll figure out a way of just checking when it loads and doing that. Just do a little await. Yeah, that could work. Especially for now. It's like literally all I need to do is what was it? Yeah, wait, get tree dot create timer 1.0 dot timeout. Something like that. I don't have to do parentheses after, right? Okay. So now I load. I broke. Bake navigation mesh. Oh, am I just calling the wrong? Oh, I was supposed to do it on the nav region. That's right. Okay. Okay. Oh, interesting. So it did actually work the first time. It just looks like these are a little wonky. Oops. It did rebake, it's just these aren't really working. Maybe, are they too low? Let's make this thing like 8 high. Try it again. Yeah, like clearly rebakes. It's just that these foundations don't seem to... Oh, you know what? I wonder. No, these are foundations. You can see the posts. And that does, like, change it there. Of course, the thing is, we'll also need to do it on the deconstruct. Because we will need to rebake when you destroy stuff as well. And this guy is still just going crazy over here. Anyway, I have been on for way too long. But this is pretty good progress. I'm pretty happy with this. But I do have to wake up in like 4.5 hours, so I do need to go to sleep. Thank you for being here. Casper, it was good hanging with you. Thank you for your help as well. Oh, it looks like I have an ad in 1 minute anyway, so I should just be done here real quick. But good to see you guys. Thank you for being here, Casper. Appreciate you. Hello, Lunch, as well in the Twitch chat. In the YouTube chat, Link Forge, appreciate you, man. Good luck on your game. And Bad Circle, good to see you, brother. Agent needs to have a wider range for endpoint instead of single fixed point, but a sphere in which it is allowed to stop. It has one that's like pretty big. It's like 5 meter radius. So like distance, it checks the distance and it's like 5 meters. And I know it's closer than that. So I don't really understand what the issue is, but we'll figure it out next time. Anyway, peace out, guys. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.